Forgotten City. Press any button. I did. Okay, let's check the settings. Assassin's Creed just used to calling them AC. Oh, you mean that? I don't think that it's like Assassin's Creed. Language English, yes. Crossbar visibility, crosshair visibility, yes. Draw object markers, yes. Quest notification enabled, hints enabled. Subtitles, yes. Video, full screen. Blur, no, thank you. Field of view, yeah. I like my field of view. Epic quality. Epic, so it will be looking good. I guess volume we will keep. If something is wrong with the volume, you will let me know, right? Ooh, laser, you monster. Laser. Your laser is a monster. Pace, jump, sprint, WAC is a pickle, use interact, E to cancel, narration, objective guide, M. Weapon, primary, weapon, secondary. Journal and inventory on tab. We will manage. I heard donkey. Yeah, motion blur is off. Are you ready? Dear content creators, as you will discover, this game is full of intrigue and plot twists. Please give your audience a spoiler warning before sharing content from beyond the wide hallway, so that interested players can fully enjoy the experience for themselves if they wish to. Really the modern storyteller theme. Okay, so there is a spoiler thing beyond the wide hallway. I don't know what it is, but we will see. Please help us avoid spoilers. I'm helping! I'm super helpful, I warned you. So if you get it spoiled, don't blame me. A message from the developers. This game was developed by a core team of 3 people over 4 years. It's a mystery adventure with multiple endings that reward thoughtful conversation, exploration, not brute. The fate of the city is in your hands. The only spoiler warning needed is the data mech tends to spoil that he never spoils anything. Oh, character creation.
Hey, you're alive. When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope you found. But all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are?
Yeah. Tell me who you are. Select your body type. Okay, I'm definitely a woman. Is this a woman? Yeah, that's definitely a woman. Laser, I will attack you. Wait. Back. Your name. Are you sure, Prosper? That doesn't always check out some dudes got boobs. That's true, like my brother.
Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river? What's the last thing you remember?
was searching for an ancient ruin. Archaeologists, years of studying history, give you occasional insights into the ancient world. I was on a covered mission. Soldier, you have a military-issued firearm, but only 10 bullets. You will have to use them judiciously, since there's no way to get more. I was on the run from law, fugitive. Your time on the run from authorities has made you quick on your feet, and you are 25% faster when sprinting. Amnesiac, your recent head trauma has increased your pain threshold, making you 50% harder to take down. I'm a fugitive.
Really? You know what? Don't answer that. I don't think I want to know.
I probably shouldn't have told you that, and now that I've told you, I'm going to need your phone and your money.
Oh, come on. In your state, I could drop you on your butt and drag you right back into that river if I wanted to. Look, you've just been through a trauma, so I'm gonna forget you said that. But you owe me, and I need a favor.
It was worth a try, go on.
There are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped or injured, or worse. I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here, no matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him, so I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him? If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. Please?
Mind if I ask some questions first?
Oh, of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy. What do you want to know?
What's your story?
Oh, there's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Know what I mean?
You're not even going to tell me your name?
Oh, I'd rather not say if it's all the same to you.
I would like to know, especially if I'm going to be helping you. Why don't you want to tell me? Never mind, I don't care that much. I would really like to know, especially.
Alright, fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
Aaron? All those Karen memes have ruined that name, huh?
Yeah, something like that. But right now, I have bigger problems, like finding Al.
Who is Al?
He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe you two knew each other. I guess not. But maybe the two of you can piece together what you're doing here. In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that is.
Where are we?
You really don't remember? We're in Italy. This river is the Tiber.
Italy! What can you tell me about the ruins?
Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts. Al...
Have you tried calling for help?
What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find another soul. Trust me.
That's all questions I had.
Great. So you're ready to go look for Al?
Right, I'm in.
Thank you. The entrance is just past those columns behind you. Please, hurry. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I will.
A heavy-duty battery-powered flashlight. Take item. Back to examine. And Enter the ruins. An old wooden rowboat. Karen must have used it to rescue me from the river. I don't have legs. I'm a weirdo with only arms.
The ruins are just beyond those columns. Please, hurry.
To the ruins. Made of stone. No wood. Wood is good. The hole above me. Weird ruins in the middle of the night. Is this a horror game?
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place."
Oh!
Could
Doors
the
closed
underground
behind
city have
me.
remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there?
Can't go
against the
back!
odds? It seems there's only one way to find out.
There's only one way
If
out!
I'm not back in an hour.
It. I was reading his letter and suddenly I fell. Am I underwater?
I'm somewhere on the other side.
Oh, he
Consider
keeps
this
reading.
an invitation. Or a warning. Alworth.
Oh! I fell! Okay, nothing on the side of the swimming pool. Hello? Is anybody here? Where am I? Here for the grilling! Barbecue! Young Roman woman in a pose of lamentation. The creepy statues! I'm a bit hungry. Thirsty. Roman gladiator amid stride. What could have made a gladiator flee? What is med Audi-Audi-ere? What does that mean? Said that. What is med Audi-ere too? Leaving. Adiuva? Young Roman woman, it looks like she was begging for her life. I'm not gonna kill you. You're a bit like... Ah! Oh, maybe I am. Poor woman fell. I didn't want to poke you. Sorry. Poked her a bit too hard. She fell. She was like scared. A Roman military commander attempting to scramble away from something. Another eardrum basting stream. I don't know. I can't promise anything. They're scared of something. I'm not the monster. Can come out. A Roman legionary in a state of terror. What are they afraid of? Oh. Yeah, that would make sense, Medusa. It turns them into... but they're not like stone, right? Stone. I poked them. Medusa turns them to stone, but these are gold. Which country's mythology is Medusa anyway? Medusa is this best girlfriend and she always makes you hard. Laser. She takes one look at you and it lights out like my ex. A Roman woman who appears to be praying for help that never came. Oh! Sorry! I poked them too hard.
To whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, that you'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. In here, there are only two options. Death, or that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now. And find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
Golden statue of an old man wearing modern clothing. This must be Al, but how is that possible? I will not end like him. I poked them too hard. Young Roman woman in state of panic. You hear that banging? Are you banging that woman, Plasma? Yeah, I mean, I guess you can have some fun, right? Who says goat can't have fun? A Roman man on his knees, as if begging his gods for mercy. Otes meme audire, I don't know what that means. Okay, I guess I'm going in. Suck me in, please. Woo! Stargate! To enter fort. PP. Plasma likes banging gold. I prefer to get some cash. Use the circles through the flashlight and buttons. Ooh, steps through the doorway into the past. Forget me not, main goal completed. A Roman relief depicting a great circle portrait and two women. I wonder who they could be. Figure out how to return to your original. See your objective marker for a given quest. Click the eye beside it. Figure out how to return to your original time. Perhaps whoever brought me here can set me back. I've traveled thousands of years into the past and need to find a way back to my original timeline somehow. Depicting great circle portal too. Two women. Perhaps I meet them.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
But I just came from the future. Can't say that. Wait, are you speaking English?
What? I'm speaking Latin. You are too, although your accent's a little strange. Oh, I see what you did there. Changing the subject like that. Nice try. But I'll ask again. Who are you? And what were you doing in the shrine? Yeah, you know, agricultural goddess of springtime? You're not from around here, are you? And you've just done it again. You're a sly one, aren't you? One more time. Who are you and what were you doing in that shrine? Oh, is that right? Well, just make sure you don't get lost in any other sacred places you're not supposed to be. Can't have you disrespecting the gods by accident, can we now? But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine.
Or laws?
Not laws, law. There's just one, the golden rule. And the punishment for breaking it's... well, it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, are you coming?
Right, lead the way.
Hey, when I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see, we've got a nice little community now. Only 23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your pretty new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking her to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her if I were you. She's... it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... well, you know, I don't know what happened to her. Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Hilarious. You're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy. Greetings, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please.
What's this about?
I expect the magistrate wants to brief you about the Golden Rule. It shouldn't take too long. He's busy preparing for the election later today. Follow me. The only thing you really need to understand right now is the Golden Rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way.
Okay,
When I was
explain
serving
to
in the
me
Legion,
Golden Rule.
if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the Golden Rule is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. Who's up these stairs?
Ugh, this place has become a thoroughfare. Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want?
Your story.
I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that?
Do you know a way out of here?
Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister escaped and figure I must know a way out too. Is that it? Well, that's just a stupid rumor. We have no idea what happened to Scintilla. I wish you mouth breathers would just leave me alone. I don't know. Can you? Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched away by the harpies?
you last see her?
It was 3 weeks ago. We ate our evening meal together, and I remember she seemed happy. In love. We went into our rooms, I went to sleep, and when I woke up, she was gone. That's it.
Was she seeing someone?
I think so, yes. But she was very careful about keeping his identity a secret, even from me.
Why is that?
Because our father had plans to marry her off, eventually, and even a rumor about her attachment to some mystery man might have ruined those plans.
Is it possible her lover was involved?
I don't know, but it's been 3 weeks since she disappeared, and he hasn't come forward. That might speak to a guilty conscience. All I know is, whoever he is, he's still here in the city.
Sentiu, Sentia, Sentilla, why are your names all so similar?
You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after their fathers. I think it's their way of branding us, like cattle to be sold at market. His family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest. And my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor, but she is affectionately known as Sentilla.
You look surprisingly relaxed about your sister's disappearance.
Why? Because I'm on this couch and not pacing about the villa, wasting energy. I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased with her disappearance.
I know you, I think you know something you're not telling me.
Oh, you're awful. Get out of my villa and never speak to me again.
Okay.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name?
And Plasma.
A curious name to match a curious accent. But I digress. Something about your demeanor gives me the urge to caution you against doing anything, shall we say, unlawful while you're here. Is that understood?
Sure, why not?
Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains, many hundreds of years ago.
It's beautiful.
Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever witnessed something so extraordinary as a city without sin?
Can't say I have.
Nor could I until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die. You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold.
Oh, Medusa and
We've
Midas.
come to call it the Golden Rule. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up. And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please, ask away.
What counts as a sin
An
here?
intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes, or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for centuries.
Not sure if that's a good idea. What is legal isn't always moral, and many of your laws and customs are considered barbaric where I'm from.
Barbaric? Barbaric? What are you talking about? The Empire is the most civilizing force in the known world. Rome is a beacon of light in the darkness. For 800 years she has borne great statesmen, philosophers, poets, artists, and engineers. We have comprehensive laws protecting the rights of our citizens, which have unified countless warring tribes all across the Mediterranean and beyond, from Gallia to Judea. All our citizens are treated the same, regardless of the color of their skin or their sexual preference. Can you say the same? When our people are starving, they are given food rations, and when they are wronged, they have the right to bring the guilty party before the magistrate. Our laws forbid treason, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson, and so on. No other civilization in the world is so advanced, and you have the hubris to call us barbaric?
Your laws allow slave ownership?
Of course. What else would we do with those prisoners of war who would otherwise have been executed? And besides, there are laws for their protection as well.
Don't you people watch blood sports for entertainment?
On occasion. But our gladiators are almost all volunteers seeking glory, or condemned prisoners who would have been executed anyway. I do not see the harm.
Don't women have fewer rights than men?
Of course, but with fewer rights come fewer responsibilities, and the right to be protected by their fathers and husbands.
Don't you persecute Christians?
You mean the blasphemous cult responsible for burning down half of Rome last year? It's hard to blame the people for being angry about that.
Don't you practice corrective punishment?
Are you talking about our practice of decimation? Of course. We could hardly unite all these warring tribes without a disciplined, formidable legion.
Where I'm from, we consider those things to be abhorrent.
I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still
I don't want
those
to make
here
him
who
angry.
resist, whispering blasphemous
Asana!
and treasonous lies in the shadows. I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were you.
How are you doing, Asana? I'm doing fine. I just started playing this game. It's pretty fun so far. What did you mean when you said purse Pina sent me?
You see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual to Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you. You don't belong in our time, do you?
Yes, you're right. I'm from 2,000 years in the future.
2,000 years? That is unfathomable. Please, tell me, in your time. you see what had become of us, of this city?
You are being turned into golden statue.
I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times, but it still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it.
How does the ritual work?
All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future?
I did see the human remains in the temple.
I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you?
I will do my best.
Well, I suppose that's all I can ask for.
Why can't you investigate?
Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on the wrong foot.
Okay, fair enough. Do you have any suspects?
Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better.
How do I know you're not the person responsible?
Me? Why would you suspect me? I've just told you. I'm about to sacrifice my own life to ensure these people have a second chance. What reason could you possibly have to suspect me, of all people?
Fair point.
I'm glad you think so. Without trust, without each other, we won't be able to prevent what is about to happen.
Do you think it could be related to Sandila's disappearance?
So you know about that already. It's a devastating loss, of course, but that was over 3 weeks ago, and whatever happened to her, it didn't break the golden rule, so I don't think it's connected with our imminent demise. Still, if you happen to find her and return her to me, I would be eternally grateful.
Come on, tell me what you really think.
Well, all right. There are those who wish to vote me out of office so that they can pursue their own misguided political agenda. Frankly, their selfishness and recklessness risk destabilizing the entire city. I would be looking very carefully at them if I were you.
Why can we understand each other? I don't speak Latin.
You mean you couldn't speak Latin before you arrived here? How strange. But the gods are active here, and their temples and shrines hum with power like nowhere else in the Empire. Perhaps when Proserpina brought you here, she planted the seed of Latin in your mind so that you could better serve her. Indeed.
If I do this, will you help get me back to my own time?
If I understand Proserpina's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the golden rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense?
I'll figure out how to return to your original time. I think so. That's all questions I had.
Good. So, are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break the golden rule?
Alright.
Wonderful. Now,
This
I
game
need
is
you
getting
to
weird.
investigate the city. Talk to everyone. Help them if it'll win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back and tell me immediately.
Alright.
Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
This will prioritize the new quest, showing its objective markers only. Okay. Woo! Okay. Check quest journal and inventory at any time.
Do I need to ask Horatius to escort you out of here? Get out, you horrid barbarian!
Doesn't like me. I'm a horrid barbarian. Cynthia's journal. Dear Diary, today my father suggested I write a diary as a way of keeping myself occupied while we all deal with this sudden and devastating disappearance of my sister. As the dutiful daughter, of course I shall oblige. The following pages contain my innermost secrets. Cynthia believes everyone is entitled to their secrets. I know you're reading this, father. I may be young, but do not think me stupid. You're entitled to our secrets, Cynthia. Vial. A small vial containing a rudimentary perfume made of flowers and oil. Canon game. Capture of Ares, a Greek god of war known to the Romans. Brass jar containing some sort of powder for makeup. Brass has been polished into a rudimentary mirror which has been used for applying makeup. Guess I can steal, right? Cynthia, to Cynthia and Cynthia, may Clementia give you the strength to forgive me. I'm sorry to have to leave you this way, but I have found a way to escape and I must take it. I hope we meet again someday. Derper is here. guess I can't really steal things because that's a crime and everybody would die. A ceramic bowl full of urine. Perhaps they are saving it for something like bleaching clothes. Ugh.
Ah, you've returned. Do you have any news about your investigation?
Talk about it. Who is going to break the golden rule?
Of course. What is it? Why then did you say... It doesn't matter. It looks like you'll have to continue your investigation. Now, was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Do you think about the
I've had
golden rule?
plenty of time to think about it. Let me see if I can sum up my thoughts. I've always considered my guiding star to be the well-being of the Roman people. Our survival and prosperity have always hinged upon honoring the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. Give the gods what they want and we all prosper. Dishonor them and we all die. It's as simple as that. The real enemy in this place is not the golden rule, but human failings. The temptation to slide into degeneracy, greed, and hubris. I trust that answers your question.
Your story.
Sextus Sentius Imperiosus is my name.
Is Sextus.
Though magistrate is the proper way to address me. Before I wound up here, I was a decurion in the cavalry of Imperial Rome, helping protect civilization from the barbarians.
The Decurion.
It's a cavalry officer. I had 30 men under my command. This was my uniform.
Why are you still firing
As
it?
magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but today I may need to survive long enough to create the portal for you, so it seemed prudent.
How did you end up?
My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as honor guard for a visiting dignitary arriving upriver by barge. Now the port is usually bustling, but just as our guests arrived, waves of people began running toward the river from streets and alleyways in every direction. They were trying to escape a terrible fire. Unfortunately, the crowd sent my horse into a panic, and I remember it losing its footing by the water's edge. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on a riverbank not far from here in the company of some stranger. I went looking for my horse and discovered that lonely temple. You can probably figure out the rest.
How did you come to be magistrate?
I was elected 7 months ago, uncontested because of my command experience. Since then, there's been growing agitation for another election. They're supposed to be annual, but I agreed to hold it sooner, hoping it would placate my constituents. Unfortunately, it just seems to have emboldened certain elements instead. Very well. If I did, I'd have led these people out of here already. Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
Okay, so Shrine of Apollo is in there.
What were you two talking about? Don't play dumb. I saw you. Having a shady little chat with old man Sentius up on his balcony. If he's making a last-ditch effort to pick up votes by talking to a woman, he's even more senile than I thought. Everyone knows women can't vote.
For the warm welcome, I will be going now.
Hey! You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Nobody's told you about Hannibal? Ugh, why do I have to do everything round here? So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right? Funny accent. Used to go down into the cisterns looking for junk he could clean up and sell. One day, a few weeks back, he comes out and tells me the cisterns are haunted. Said he could hear spirits wailing. Of course, nobody believed him, because who trusts a Carthaginian, right? Anyway, a few days later, he goes back in. And hours go by, and he hasn't come back out, yeah? So I go down after him, and it's dark. But in the distance, I can just make out his body, sprawled out on the ground. And hunched over him was something that made my blood run cold. No word of a lie. I saw a creature. Like the corpse of a man who'd been flayed. And it was eating Hannah.
Oh shit. What did you do?
What any sane person would have done. I legged it out of there and put a sign at the door to warn the others.
That was a great story, but I'm still going down there.
Without a weapon? Well, it's your funeral.
Well, we want to see what is down there, right? This game has no save. Oh, it has save. Oh!
Kill me. Let me die.
They wanted me to kill him.
Couldn't stay away, huh, lovely? The name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus, you go through me. Why? Because I am a gladiator. That's why. You want to see me fight? Keep running your mouth, fatuous cunners.
You know a way out
When
of here.
Malleolus wins the election, yeah? This place will change. You won't even want to leave. You'll see. I think it's gone on long enough, and Malleolus is going to put an end to it once he's elected.
Sounds good. Can I have it in
lined
a
up
way?
the votes he needs to win. Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem.
What are you going to vote for?
Malleolus, of course. If old man Sentius can't even protect his own daughter, how can we trust him to protect us?
Okay.
Whatever.
I guess I don't want to meet
Just
that guy
remember,
just yet.
I'll be watching.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step.
What's your story?
Can't talk long. Got to stay sharp, but... family's from Seleucia on Tigris. Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions. The 6th. The one they call Ironclads.
How did you end up here?
Same way as everyone else.
Are you still wearing your legionary armor?
Because we're all in grave danger. Is it not obvious?
Why don't you have a weapon?
Magistrate made me toss it in the chasm. Stupid. Going to have to improvise now.
Not much of a talker, are you?
If you were dealing with what I am, you wouldn't be either.
What are you dealing
None of
with?
your business. In Troiti ipsum commensula.
Talk about
if we
something.
have to.
Do you know a way out of
If
here?
I did, do you think we'd be having this conversation?
What do you say about the golden rule?
I'll tell you this much. I hate the fact that my survival depends on the common sense of other people.
I know the feeling. I've lived through a pandemic.
And you know what I'm talking about. I mean, all these people just bumble along like nothing's wrong. While we're one bad decision away from being wiped out. Like the last lot of people who lived here. Seems like I'm the only one ready for what's coming. Whatever that is. And when it hits, it's everyone for themselves. You've been warned.
Do you think it's coming?
I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of these statues are watching us when we're not looking? Like they're waiting for something. I don't like it.
I think you're right. I think you're paranoid. I think you're right.
Of course I am.
Who are you going to vote for?
Meliodas. Not sure I trust Sentius. Couldn't even protect his daughter in a city without sin. How's he going to protect us?
So I have to find his daughter. Anything I can do to change that?
No.
I will be going.
Whatever.
Statue of Apollo. Oh no! He's not dressed. Wooden rack containing some herbs.
Give me a moment. Sorry I'm such a mess. I just lost a patient and a dear friend. Yulia. She was a good woman.
What happened?
She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally I'd treat her with resin of silphium, a rare plant which is perfect for this sort of thing. And I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just looks at me with this evil smile and says, "That'll be 1,000 denarii." There was no way I could afford that, and he knew it. Then that toad shrugs and says, "Supply and demand. I guess you don't value your friend's life that highly." Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall, but there's no way I can do that down here with the golden rule. So all I could do is come back here and just watch her die. I kept on apologizing. And now I'll never know who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule, or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her dying breath.
Is there something I can do to help?
Well, unless you have the power to bring someone back from the dead, there's really just one thing you can do. Get me that silphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day or in the next hour. And I will not allow this to happen again. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I lose another patient this way, I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will stop me from marching up to that Genetricum Fututo and scratching his eyes out.
Tell Senzi you see your suspect is Lucretia. I will get right on it.
Well, come back if you get sick or injured. Day or night, I'll do what I can.
Can take as much brass as we want. A Roman recipe for bread, a simple recipe for baking bread. Bake bread. Eee. Graffiti? Secundus and Caesar were together until the end.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's worth a fortune.
Oppius the thief stole my purse and I who wrote this note.
Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Dacius. Terrible shame what happened to Yulia. But we just have to carry on, don't we?
Your story.
I mean, how did I end up here? That is a lengthy tale.
Hear it.
Alright. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies of Rome. Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave, fetch a magnificent price in Roman high society. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing for a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin, so I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done.
Chose the girl, right?
The girl? Weren't you listening? All my valuables or the girl? I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber.
So you took her with you after all.
No, I dived in after it, of course. Aren't you paying attention? That was a bloody fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank, not far from here, with nothing in the world but a single silver coin. Thank you, friend. But it turns out it might have been a stroke of good fortune, because this place is a veritable treasure trove. Look around you. There must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to get it out of here.
No, mate,
I'm afraid not. If you're desperate, I did hear that Aurelia down at the tavern claims to know of a way out, but I'm not sure I trust her. Some people here are a little shady for my liking. Oh yeah, gotta watch out. Old Dacius has got your back though.
What do you think about the golden rule?
It's terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. At least down here. Of course, I have an idea for generating real wealth, but what I need is a bow. Just a simple composite bow. I've scoured this city from top to bottom with no luck. But if you happen to find one, bring it to me and we'll talk.
Hasn't the magistrate banned weapons?
Oh, well, technically yes, but that just means you'll need to be a little discreet.
We'll see what I can do. Who are you going to vote for?
Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he have of protecting us? Certainly.
Need
Certainly.
this.
All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000 denarii. That's hardly my concern. But if you get a job, work hard and save your coins, you should be able to afford it within, say, 5 years? Very well. Perhaps I can interest you in something within your budget? Very well. Another time.
So what happens if I steal it? I can't. Maybe only if I'm... Guess I have to try. 2-horse chariot seat on the Senate. Once I've escaped. Heal the Siphium resin from there's no way this is going to sell me the Siphium. Well, guess I can try. I don't know, like maybe I can't heal, but maybe it just wants me to fail the first time.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Beware of the golden statues!
So I can't steal either. But it wanted me to steal it. I guess it wanted me to see what happens. Loops through time once. Guess I can't steal either.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina? I don't think so. I've never seen you before in my life.
Her name is Galerius, and you're about to offer her to take me to Sentius, and so he can tell me about the Golden Rule.
Oh, Bacchus, how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you. Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this device I made. Worked real hard on it.
Rudimentary wooden zipline handlebar.
Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, it'll be faster than walking. And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake. I haven't quite summoned the courage to test it myself. But don't worry, it's completely safe. Probably. All right. See you around.
Okay. Gives some silphium resin to Lucretia before Lulia dies. I've restarted the day, and now I will need to get to Lucretia before the sea.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called silphium, but that Culus cumulatus decius won't give it to me. What? Quick, give it here. Yulia, you need to swallow this. Here, let me help you.
Oh, so I keep the items I steal. And it resets.
Hopefully in a moment she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing? And at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle?
Honestly, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. Time travel.
A what? I'm sorry, I must have misheard you. I think it's your accent, because it sounded like you said time traveler. But whatever kind of traveler you are, that was like the gods hearing my prayers and intervening. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black eyes. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need.
What's your story?
I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is Nevia's clinic. I've just been filling in ever since she disappeared. I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the time. But I'd rather take this on myself than let one of you lot mess it up.
How did you end up here?
My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Roman way more than I would have liked, and turned into an awful philanderer. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry, but I knew he would sooner have me killed than give me my right. So I waited for the right time to take what was mine and disappear. And then the fires came. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered our most precious belongings, coins and gemstones, and the moment his back was turned, I ran. I could barely see for the smoke, and the streets were full of people trampling each other. I ran for the river, like everyone else, and leapt in. The next thing I remember, I was waking up on a riverbank, not far from here.
Sorry to hear that.
It's all right. Say what you will about this place. At least my fornicating husband will never find me. And while there's no shortage of snakes here, at least with the golden rule, they have to try to be discreet about it.
Why are you working out of a shrine?
Oh, this shrine was in use as a clinic long before any of us arrived here. Kind of strange to set up a clinic in the temple of the god of disease. But the god who inflicts a curse is also the only god who can undo it. So I suppose praying to Apollo for healing kind of makes sense.
Tell me more about Navia.
Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician. But she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good too. Until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying. But I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them.
And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem, a real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed and he's in constant pain.
Who?
I really shouldn't say. He wouldn't like it. And he's a little bit scary. He's become so irritable
patient.
that the smallest things set him off. And I worry he'll end up losing his temper and lashing out. And you know what that means. I just know Navia would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive. But nobody seems to know how to get into the palace. Really? That would be wonderful. Thank you. Let me know how you go.
Optional. Main goals. Create a time according to Sentius. Okay. The golden. Figure out who is most likely to break the golden rule. Tell Sentius you suspect Sentia. Tell Sentius you suspect Lucretia. Behind close. In a bow. Here Navia locked herself in the palace. I should do that. And figure out a treatment for rheumatism. Or find some solution. Hey Julia. Saved your life.
It's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. But thanks for trying to help me, I suppose. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest.
Can I ask what happened to you?
As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me, it's just not safe for me to talk about it. Please. No more questions.
You worried about the golden rule?
The golden rule. That's the least of my worries. The gods may be cruel, but Malleolus and Claudia are far crueler.
Is that who poisoned you?
Please, just leave me alone. I don't want to talk about it.
Malleolus and Claudia. Can't help you unless you tell me what happened.
Persistent as Nemesis, aren't you? I can tell you, but it's a long saga.
I have all the time in the world.
All right. I'd been here about a week when it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe, and I knew I had to get out somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. 1,000 denarii. She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years to save up that much. So she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I did.
Why would he lend you so much money?
I had to sign an agreement, saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. But I figured I'd be out of here so soon it wouldn't matter. I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her so-called way out. Do you want to know what it was?
Poison.
It's a deadly poison made from a plant. Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time. Of course, I demanded my money back, but she refused. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me with those cruel black eyes and she laughed. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only, he didn't seem upset or surprised at all. In fact, he just thanked her. And that's when I realized the two of them had planned the whole thing from the beginning.
Surely that would have broken the golden rule. I mean, a crime. Did you try to get out of it?
Of course. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for 30 years and there was nothing he could do. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the golden rule. And I couldn't be responsible for all those deaths, so he locked me in his villa. Confiscated everything I owned as collateral, and made me wear immodest, humiliating outfits while I worked day in, day out. His wife Claudia was just as bad. She set me to work on an endless stream of futile, demeaning tasks. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours, only for her to pour slop on it and hiss, "You missed a spot." Those two took everything from me. But they forgot to confiscate one thing. My hemlock.
So you poisoned yourself?
I just wanted it to be over. But it seems I messed that up too. Should have drunk all of it.
So sorry to hear that.
I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met, and tried to swindle the other. I don't know how I could have been so stupid.
So what will happen to you
When
now?
I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. He'll escort me back to their villa, and I'll be right back where I started. Only this time, I won't be able to lull myself to sleep at night with the thought of a permanent solution. Honestly, it would have been better if the poison had been allowed to run its course.
Sorry, can I do anything to help?
I doubt it. It seems this is the fate the gods have chosen for me, for trying to escape. At least
oh
until
no,
someone
I saved
breaks the
her. Now
golden
she's
rule.
suffering.
Maybe it wouldn't be so bad.
I have a better idea. How much would it cost to buy your freedom?
A lot. But it doesn't matter. I made a suicide pact with Ulpius last night. He's in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelius set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and I are in this together. He's probably already thrown himself from the bluff into Malleolus's villa by now. If so, I'd never be able to live with myself, knowing I broke my promise to him.
Figure out how to stop Ulpius from killing himself. Perhaps I can help him
you could
too.
make it up to the bluff in time. I don't know who you are, or why you seem so determined to help me, but thank you.
Do I get up there? I don't know. Should be able to use that thing, but it didn't work.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
No!
Oh, no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please, please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him.
Do you really think a suicide would break the golden rule? Mouse.
Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how suicide is a crime against the Empire. I screwed up my life. That's what's wrong. I borrowed money, and when I couldn't pay it back, I wound up in debt bondage. I'll be stuck slaving away for that Culus Cumulatis Malleolus for the rest of my life. I'm out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord. That poor lamb. Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. So I guess that means whichever god is responsible for it, it isn't mine. That was not your fault. There's no way you could have given him what he wanted, moments after you arrived.
What happens now?
I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
Poor Ulpius. It seems somebody removed a plate from here. I will need to find it to decipher the meaning of the obelisk. Where's the missing piece? Really see a missing piece. Now he will never know of the new $4.99 KFC combo meal at participating locations. Can hear someone. How can we pass this test if we don't know the rules? Oh shit. Fell through. Is that normal? Oh, hey, I found some money. Did you fall through the map? Oh dear. I don't know, through the map I thought that I could walk on that thing. I couldn't. Scorpius is suicidal. I will need him alive if I want to learn what he knows. Ask Scorpius how Sentia would feel about this suicide. But then I have to reset. Beginning. The other way. No! Ah. Poem by Galerius. My life has been tortured as the 7 labors of Hercules. Orphaned, defeated, and enslaved yet. I would suffer it all again gladly, because each lost wound and tragedy brought me to you, radiant as Rome's sacred flame. Your bright warmth nourishes my soul. I know I can never touch you, any more than hold Vestal's flame. But to watch and love you from afar, bathing in your glow is enough. Okay, so I need to steal
The
ink
many shall
that
suffer
I want to
for the sins of the one.
restart. Okay, well, I need to restart it. I need to save that guy.
Salve, friend. Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening.
Claire's dying, but the Glacier can't help her without this Sylphium. Take care of it and go quickly.
Yulia? Oh no. Alright, I can do that. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Yeah, now I have to go to... Oh! Come on. It didn't work with that thing. You know the thing? I can use the zip lines, but the zip line option wasn't showing.
Salve, friend. Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening. Yulia? Oh no. Alright, I can do that. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Only from the left side.
Keep an eye out for Sentinel.
Hey, Horatius. How's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election?
Ah, how do we get up there? Shit. It doesn't work properly. There's another zip line, but I don't get the option, so... Try to save him.
Salve, friend. Welcome to... Ah, another... I used to lay... Please. Alright, well...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him. Thank you. And please, choose
Hopefully
your
there
words
will be a new option. Is this what Santia would want?
You know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone.
You would never believe me if I told you.
If you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over.
Maybe I can help solve your problem.
Too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact. And she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. I can't do that.
Lucretia was able to get some Sylphium in time to save her life. She's going to be fine.
Oh, really? That changes things a little. But we're still in debt bondage to that monster.
Monster!
Unless you happen to have 2,000 denarii to pay off both of our debts.
This seems like Splitgate from the PS5. I would not expect you to know it. No, I don't have PlayStation, so no. But we're still deep in debt, unless you happen to have the 2,000 denarii to pay off both of their debt. Wait, why do you need 2,000 denarii? Well, no, but I could probably raise the money if you give me some time.
No. No. Time's up. I am out. Wherever
No!
you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
Oh, shit.
I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord. That poor lamb. I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
Ugh. Figure out how to stop Ulpius from killing himself. Locked door. Well, I guess should I go through it again? Let's try to do the first option then. How are you doing, Squalichku?
Salve, welcome. Alright, well...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll
Very
fall.
good.
That's the idea.
Just trying to
Why?
save the city
Why would you
in
want
the
Why do
forgotten
you
city.
think I'm stuck for the rest of my life, working for a man who treats me like an animal.
Yeah, I have to figure out how to solve this.
Right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please, please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please,
Come on, Ulpius.
If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him.
I will try.
Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
Is that what Sandia would
You
want?
know about that?
Yes.
How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone. Well, if you say so.
You would never believe
don't
if I told
understand.
you.
I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over. It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact, and she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. I can't do that. Oh, really? That changes things a little. But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Unless you happen to have 2,000 denarii to pay off both of our debts.
Oh wait, why do you need the thousands?
Julia and I are in debt bondage to Malleolus. We might as well be slaves. And that's how much it will take to buy our freedom back.
How did you get to yourself to so much debt?
Oh, so it's my fault. Is that it? You know what? Forget it. I am out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
He's so sensitive, I can't even ask him about the story. He immediately jumps.
I can't believe... I'll have to let and I...
Okay. Maybe I just have to steal. Was it 2,000 or 4,000 I need? Maybe I just have to steal enough. Around. And say that I have the money.
Salve, friend. Well... Alright.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No.
Stop staring at his ass.
Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
Maybe I can't solve it with him, but I will see.
They're hard for all of us.
Maybe I will have to find these people who
think this through.
picked them.
It could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what
But
you
I
want?
will still try.
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all.
Help him! Help him! Why don't you help him?
Please, you need
You know him better.
Thank you. And please, choose your words.
Believing jump even if you don't think an event might be buy you some time. I want to try.
You know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone. Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over. It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact. And she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her.
Maybe I will have to go to San Santia.
Oh, really? That changes things a little. But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Unless you happen to have 2,000 denarii to pay off both of our debts.
1,000.
Yulia and I are in debt bondage to Malleolus. We might as well be slaves. And that's how much it will take to buy our freedom.
Ask him to at least flip while jumping. Wait, how did you get yourself into so much debt? Was the what?
So, do you have the money or not?
No, I don't.
Exactly. Nobody does. And even if they did, they're not going to help us. I am out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! I can't believe he went through with it. Well, I suppose... Well, and I...
Okay, so... I will go and try to go to talk to the Sentia. I mean, it's too late now, but... maybe I can get the money. Isn't it a daughter? Yes. This one.
This place has become... Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want? You know, some people say it's the creation of an all-seeing god who's watching everything we do. But what kind of an... awful, incompetent god would let my sister go missing on his or her watch? Did you hear that? Curse you, you coward! Where is my sister? What do you have to say for yourself? No response. Nothing. That's what I thought. I'm telling you, this mysterious god of ours has to be asleep on the job. Either that, or like people are saying,
Well, this is not the
really
Cynthia
is
he's
just a
in love
children's
with.
fable my father
Maybe
is
he's the one who
exploiting
was
to frighten
missing.
us into behaving. I suppose we will. I'm Cynthia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in. What are you... Really? I'd never have noticed, what with your flawless accent, appropriate attire, and impressive mastery of our customs. Now, remind me, why are we having this conversation? Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister escaped and figure I must know a way out too.
Ask him to do the she's slightly annoyed better.
Well, that's just a stupid rumor.
HR.
We have no idea what happened to Scintilla. I wish you mouth breathers would just leave me alone. I trust you can see yourself out.
How much money do I have? Maybe he can give me some money.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know. We have? Wait, if I understand correctly, someone is about to break the golden rule, forcing me to create a portal in time to bring you here? I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Only, I assume we failed, and you had to start over. Is that about right? If so, what happened?
I broke it.
Broke it? Why in Pluto's name would you do that? Well, it seems you failed spectacularly. Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now is that you make use of what you've learned and gathered and do better next time. Now, I assume you've sought me out again for a reason. Ask then. Good. Now,
He doesn't
was
want to
there
give me
something
money,
else
but
you
I
wanted
can
to
ask if I
discuss?
can have 2,000 from him.
Thank you. I'll be
I
waiting
mean,
here for
he
you.
has money, right? Yeah, I think that there's no point in restoring it now when I don't have the money or other solution. So I guess I have to investigate around route.
Oh, don't mind me. I just live here.
No doubt Doppels are cooking with such a poor ventilation, but Romans probably got.
That's my room. Leave before I call Horatius.
In. Break the rule for 17. 14. I mean, I guess it would go slowly, but a bit more money than that. Guess I will look around.
Are they?
190. Just place your 400 there, pick it up again, let him bring you back to right before you picked it up, and repeat 3 more times. Yeah, but if I put my 400 there, that means that I don't leave with it. That means I will not have it. Because in order to have it, I have to leave with it. Oh, note to Octavia. An anonymous friend to Octavia. May the Lord bless and keep you. I'm so sorry I could not risk discussing this with you in person. But if I'm right, that you are a believer like me, you may not be able to worship openly here, but know that you're not alone. If you ever feel like you need somewhere to pray, there's a special place waiting for you deep in the caves behind the theater. Turn right at the first fork and again at the second. Direction to a secret shrine. Enter the cave behind the theater. Turn right at the first fork and then... I mean, I can always steal more money, but then it will reset, so... Maybe it's better to investigate a bit before. Capture Minerva, Roman goddess of...
Arve. A new face. Arve, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose it's quite charming in its own way. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without due formality or courtesy ask, "What is your story?" The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office, by which time you would already know how to address me. And then you would find a way to satisfy your curiosity rather more indirectly. But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessarily formal way to communicate that is. So, let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you like. It'll be a refreshing change.
How did you end up here?
I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here?
Young woman named Karen dragged me out of a river unconscious and sent me in here.
Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you?
It's an older name, but not uncommon where I'm from. It carries negative connotation where I'm from. I think I see where this is going. It's an older name, but not uncommon.
I see. I wonder if... No. I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember and see if you notice any patterns. Good. Thank you. But please be careful. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you, too. Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of our little community, darning clothes and cutting hair. She was always so chatty, always seeking out newcomers and asking them where they were from and how they wound up here. And then, about a month ago, she suddenly changed. She withdrew, stopped working and became despondent, started muttering to herself. Galerius and I visited her to see how we could help, but she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows, and told us we were ignorant of some pattern. Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill. Or, as Galerius suggested, the weight of the Golden Rule was too much for her. But there is a small chance that she learned something, saw a pattern nobody else saw, and that it broke her. I just don't want to see that happen to you. So be careful, will you? Thank you. Now, go and follow the thread of truth through this labyrinth, and come back to me if you discover any patterns. Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbors.
Safe. I need to find a solution to his suicide. Some labyrinth.
Welcome. Feeling all right? I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is Nevia's clinic. I've just been filling in ever since she disappeared. I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the time. But I'd rather take this on myself than let one of you lot mess it up.
How did you end up
here? My
here?
husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Roman way more than I would have liked, and turned into an awful philanderer. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry, but I knew he would sooner have me killed than give me my right. So I waited for the right time to take what was mine and disappear. And then the fires came. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered our most precious belongings, coins and gemstones, and the moment his back was turned, I ran. I could barely see for the smoke, and the streets were full of people trampling each other. I ran for the river, like everyone else, and leapt in. The next thing I remember, I was waking up on a riverbank, not far from here.
Oh.
That's
basically.
Thanks again for saving Julia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
I was also saved from the river.
Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. Galerius just saved my life. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. You mean my life story? Oh, well, I grew up as part of a big family in Rome. Me and 3 older sisters. Our father found good husbands for my sisters, but I wasn't cut out for that kind of life. So he found me a job as a scribe for a prominent merchant. It was a good life for a while, until 7 months ago when the fires came. My colleagues and I worked desperately to try to protect our warehouse. We must have had 100
I wonder if he
workers
died
passing
in the
buckets of
water.
Chanting prayers to Vulcan, but they fell on deaf ears. The fire was relentless and it claimed everything and everyone. Well,
There was almost also fire.
Everyone. My employer told me to grab what valuables I could and flee for the Tiber with the crowds. I remember diving into the river, and then the next thing I knew, I was waking up on the riverbank not far from here.
I like that some people mentioned a coin.
All right. Goodbye.
Money.
Ave again. Did you find what you need? And did you notice anything? A pattern?
Some people mentioned a river.
Yes. I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else? Yes, I suppose that could be something. But then most of us do tend to carry coins on our person, don't we? What else? That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. You mentioned earlier, you met a young woman in the forest named Karen, yes? I see. And was this Karen, by any chance, wearing a hood? Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths. But don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
Okay. Yeah. You know, that could be probably breaking rules. We are bathing together. Man arrived in the bath and he got a weapon?
And come back to me once we're no longer in danger.
Help! You have to do something! A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule. Fabia, but now's not the time. Are you going to help or not? Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over.
What?
Hear what? What? We don't have time for this. I have to go. Ugh.
Fabia.
The shrine is collapsing.
Where's the guy with the weapon?
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is? I'm not sure I believe that, so allow me to explain something to you. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the cultist Quinctius for terrible crimes against the Empire. So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But if you lie to me or otherwise obstruct the Emperor's business in any way, I will put this arrow through your chest. Is that understood? Thank you. Now tell me, who are you people, and what is this place? Oh, how very welcoming of you. You want me to let my guard down, is that it? You're not going to get your claws into me. I was told Quintius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to lead me right to the heart of his mystery cult. You say that, but if you're not a cult, then why go to such great lengths to keep this place a secret? So you admit you're not allowed to leave?
Not that we are not allowed to leave, we physically can't leave, there's no way out.
Threatening me is not going to help you. But in any case, that sounds an awful lot like a cult to me. And I saw the inscription saying, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." I take it this is some kind of mantra you all believe? You've clearly been indoctrinated into this nonsense. Now tell me, where did you lot get enough gold to make all these statues?
There were once people who were turned to gold as
You
punishment.
lot are practicing human sacrifice too. You really disgust me.
Didn't turn them to gold, a god did it, and we don't know which one.
Yes, yes, because I'm the real villain here. It's all clear to me now. The secret sanctuary, the indoctrination, the mantra, the human sacrifice. You're cultists, there's no doubt in my mind. What baffles me is how a person can believe in something with such zeal. They just can't see what they've become. However, you still have a chance to redeem yourself by telling me where Quintius is. Do not waste it. Then you're of no use to me. Do you have any last words? And there's a simple explanation for that. I lied. But if you want to know the truth before you die, here it is. Once I'm done with you and Quintius, I intend to kill every last one of you wretched degenerates. And I can think of nothing I'd enjoy more.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Great. Can I at least steal some money? The way. Where was the money to steal? Ah, not that. Ah, go away with that. At least something. Ow. least I got some money.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and why you look like...
Okay, we had this conversation before. I'm Plasma and you need to do this
Sounds
urgently.
serious. I'm listening. Yulia? Oh no. Alright, I can do that. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Okay, how much money do we have? Enough. Figure out how to neutralize the Aardmen. I may need to get creative. Figure out how to stop Opus from killing himself. Figure out a treatment for rheumatism. Find me. More household shrine where ancient Romans offered the day. Key to the chest in the shrine of Apollo. To the chest in the shrine of Apollo. Item. Open the chest in the clinic of the shrine of Apollo. Nice. It's got some lead. A rudimentary dough, it looks like it has been well loved. Theophilus had an orgy with 4 girls here and disappointed all of them equally. Metal dice tower designed to stop people from cheating when rolling dice. Clearly cheating must be a problem among Rome.
I love your clothes. So exotic. Oh, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's something dangerous about you, like a prowling manticore.
You are as charming as you are beautiful. Don't waste your breath, I know you're a horrible person. Oh wait, this is the one who tricked her? Tricked those two?
How dare you? Get away from me, you pig.
Ooh, she has a lot of money.
You stay away from my money.
Like she could hear me. Elias locked the chest.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Aurelia's diary. Today I'm celebrating. I made this. Oh, I have to go. Well, it seems like I got the money. But he's not here yet. It was easy to find the key.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina? Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening. Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Well, I want to read that letter she had there.
Beautiful. You stay away from my money.
Feel it again. Aurelia boasts about scabbing Lulia and Lurpius and hopes Mouse wins the election so she can. Today I'm celebrating. I made the easiest 1,000 denarii I've ever made by selling a way out to a desperate fool. Of course, it may not have been the way but she was hoping for, but Hemlock still counts. So teach her for insulting my hair. And since I didn't break the golden rule, I may have to try this again sometime. Why didn't I steal the diary?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Alright, if I have that letter, I can prove it. Right? Maybe I have another option.
After everything we've built.
If I had that letter, maybe I can prove that. Yeah, I'm the richest person in the city
Salvi.
now.
Oh, sounds serious. Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Well, did I get something with the... Figure out how to stop Opus Pro killing himself. Guess I can give him the money, but...
Oh, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's something dangerous about you, like a prowling manticore.
And you're as charming as you are, I have to say this.
Coming on a bit strong, don't you think? I take back what I said. Suddenly, I don't find you so intriguing anymore. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business.
Get rejected by Aurelia.
What brings you to my tavern? Ugh, let it go. Nothing's going to happen between us. You know, normally, I'd expect you to buy me a drink before asking if I want to get out of here. Straight to business, huh? I can work with that. As a matter of fact, I do know a way out. I'm happy to tell you all about it, but this is valuable information we're talking about, and I don't just give it out like some cheap oracle. So, how badly do you want it? Is it worth, say, 1,000 denarii to you?
If you have a way out, why haven't you used it yourself?
Simple. It's a one-way trip, and I'm not ready to go just yet. I like my life here. One day, maybe, but not now. Well, I can't tell you too much, or you'd figure it out for yourself. But I promise you, you'll never have to spend another hour in this city ever again.
Not interesting, I know it's a scam.
Ha! It's hardly my fault if people misunderstand the terms of a deal. I mean, it does say, let the buyer beware, right outside my tavern. Certainly, for 10 denarii. Have you met Livia? She used to do my hair, until one day she just snapped. This place has that effect on people. Now, she just stands around, caked in filth, muttering nonsense to herself. It's a real shame. Now I have to do my own hair.
You know why Livia is acting strangely.
I hear that if Malleolus is elected, he's gonna throw a small festival to celebrate, with entertainment and everything. Can't wait to find out what it is. Whatever you like. I just try not to think about it. Drink helps with that. As the saying goes, to drink is human, so we drink.
Okay, I will be going.
All right, see ya.
Livia.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold graying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come.
Your story.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths.
And is it the one who
Others
figured
follow
it
their
out?
trades, imitating their
I think
previous
so.
lives. They never do. There is only a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. Help me? You cannot help me. I have seen things. A pattern, a terrible pattern. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more.
Do you think about the
The
golden rules?
bloodless shadows. This is their punishment.
Can you tell me about the pattern you saw?
You think you wish to know, but you do not. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more. The newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them.
Need my help. Oh, on money. Oh, goat. And goose egg. Bunch of goose eggs laid by the city's goose. Nice. Honk honk.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them?
Reliving the same day over and over.
You're toying with me, right? Wait, you're not kidding, are you? That's the only way you could have known. You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus. Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again, for all eternity. Just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But, on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were. Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus on finding a way to break the cycle you're in. Anytime, friend. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
It's like going to help me. Yeah, these butterflies might mean things I will actually need. I go to the water. Oh, chest. Money. Oh, there's something. I don't know how to get up. Maybe from down up there, dropping under. Don't steal anything, don't hurt anyone, don't. Whoever wrote this didn't get a chance to finish it, apparently. Feel like I should go. But here, like here. Here. I think that was the way. Maybe other tools, I don't know.
Welcome.
Some chest in this shrine of Apollo. Navia's treatment note. Barb Gentil. Coriza willow bark. I need a willow bark.
Welcome. Feeling all right? You made it into the palace. I'm impressed. How is Nevia? Oh, I see. Well, what's the treatment? Willowback. I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very helpful. Thank you. If this works, it should settle Rufius down some. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow a pinch of it. I'm hoping it will avert disaster. Thank you. I'm really glad you arrived when you did. Oh no.
I keep
Sorry, I don't mean to worry
statue
you,
whispering.
but no, that is definitely not normal. There was one other person who claimed she could hear the statues talking to her. But that was Nevia, and she went a little mad. Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician, but she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good, too. Until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying. But I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues. Like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem. A real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed.
Well, I already gave you the thing.
He's become so ill. I just... You did? Willow, I have...
You gave me another willow bark? Wow.
Thank you. I'm really glad you arrived.
That's weird.
Sure. What do you want to know?
You think she was poisoned or was it self-inflicted?
Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely they would have broken the golden rule, and so maybe it's best we don't discuss it. Gladly. That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
If I will have to do all these things when... Fuse.
Name's
Hey,
Rufus.
Rufus.
Better watch your step. Meliodas. Not sure I trust Sentius. couldn't even protect his daughter in a city without sin. How's he going to protect us? No. What business is that of yours? Willowbark. And this will work? Oh, thank God. Finally, some relief. This is what I've been praying for. Maybe God hasn't abandoned me after all. Thank you. I've been in a lot of pain lately. The rheumatism, these cursed statues always watching, and the crisis of faith. It was too much. Started messing with my head. This is exactly what I needed to set it straight again. I owe you one.
Okay.
Meliodas. Not sure I trust Cynthia. No.
You said you owed me one, remember?
Who do you want me to vote for? Fine. I'll vote for Centius. But no more favors. We're square.
Woo!
See you around.
Yeah, women can't vote, so I have to persuade all the men. Okay, potion of origin. I should go and save that guy, I guess. Get out while Levias is acting strange. Figure out how to stop Lewis from killing him. I have the money.
Isn't this temple imposed? Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no.
Obvious, I have the money.
What are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him. Thank you.
I'm going to talk to him.
You know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone. Well, if you say so.
You would never
don't
believe me if I
understand.
told you.
I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over. It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact, and she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be Oh,
He's fine.
Really? That changes things a little. But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Unless you happen to have 2,000 denarii to pay off both of our debts.
Actually, I do.
Really? Wait. So, I guess you'd want me to work for you then?
No, you would be free.
You'd do that for us? couple of complete strangers.
Of course.
It seems today we are both blessed. This did not turn out how I thought. Thank you, friend. I never thought people like you existed.
Woo! Here is your money.
Thank you. I'll go and pay off our debts immediately. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. But I have nothing but the tunic on my back. I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks again, friend. I'll never forget what you did for us.
Okay, save the game. Figured out something more. Out why she's intruder. Figured out how to neutralize the armed men. Find a way into the palace. This is the palace. Temple. Okay, I think that we at least solve some more problems. Talk to Octavia.
What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it. I'm thankful that you're here. Can I help you with something?
It's your
Here,
story.
in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep by cleaning and pruning the gardens. It's not quite how I expected my life to go. I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. I was even betrothed to a handsome young man from a prominent family. But long hours of menial labor for the good of the community has its own charms too, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't know. How did you end up here?
Oh, much the same way as many of the others. When the
River
fires came to Rome
fire.
7 months ago, my family and I fled for the Tiber, hoping to escape on a barge. We were among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately, there were a lot of desperate people, and they boarded before we could depart. A scuffle broke out, and I was pushed overboard. The last thing I remember was the water, rising up to hit my cheekbone. I woke up by the river, near that shrine, and stumbled across this place. Oh, that's all right. I'm sure it's all part of God's plan for me. If you like.
Do you know way
I'm
out
afraid
here?
not. Although, I did once hear someone gossiping down at Aurelia's tavern about a possible way out. I don't put a lot of stock in such rumors, but if you're desperate and wealthy, you could look into it, I suppose. If that doesn't work, then I suppose we're all stuck here until the gods decide our fate. I hope it works out. The many shall suffer
Golden
for
rule.
the sins of the one. I think about those words a lot. I'd like to think that if we all love our neighbours as ourselves and do to them as we'd have them do to us, then we'll all be fine. But on the other hand, I was always taught the intent of man's heart is evil from his youth, and that all of us are born with a tendency towards sin. And that's where I get stuck. Is it true? Are we born with a tendency towards sin?
I think people are fundamentally good.
You don't think that's a little naive? I suppose you've never seen what I've seen. Innocent men and women, torn apart in arenas while thousands of Romans look on and cheer.
Hey, I'm trying to be positive here.
I wish I shared your faith. Please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from around here. Things are very difficult for us right now. There was a terrible fire in Rome last year, and our emperor decided to make us his scapegoats. There were executions. It was horrible. Oh, thank you. You have no idea how much I appreciate that.
He's Christian.
Ah, that's a shame. Another time then.
I don't have the key. I can hear you. I can hear voices all the time. Survive, we must all be kind. Corrected to, we must be all wise. Corrected to, we must be all obedient. And finally corrected, we must be all...
Salve. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. Galerius just saved my life. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. Our priestess Equitia once told me, but if I've seen they've got. I doubt it. I mean, the election is today. And you've only just arrived. I just don't think there's enough time for you to do anything. I suppose we will.
Figure out how to make Malleus to drop out of election.
All right. Goodbye.
Note from Navia. I'm locking myself in. Don't try to follow me. Nothing good will come of it. I'll try to get in. Yeah, I slightly burned myself. See if I can find another way inside there. Basically, these zip lines go down. Other way in there. Arrows. Something with the butterflies here, or maybe that's... I probably need to get some thing for climbing trees. I mean, if I had that tool, it would already work out, right? So I have it. Yeah, I'm still not able to. Like toilets. Pick up a sponge on a stick. The only way out is whoever wrote this was interrupted, perhaps tragically, while sitting on the toilet. Always remember they're watching. Oh shit, it fell on me. That's how I die. So this was this place.
Be careful who you trust.
Great. Got some arrows. Mystery.
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff, and I think, whatever is in
Do
there...
you really want to be responsible for the sin that destroy us all? Accusatory note. Virgil, they may not see you yet, but I want you to know I see you. Virgil.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. I hear we have you to thank for saving Julia's life. I'm glad you arrived when you did.
What's your story?
Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. That's probably too grandiose a term to describe what I do here. Help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapsing on people, that kind of thing. But you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious architecture or mysterious history of this place.
Tell me about the city's
Oh,
history.
I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines were constructed hundreds of years ago, which means Romans have been arriving here for at least that long. But there's one thing that puzzles me. The oldest shrine in this avenue isn't Roman at all. It's Greek.
What does that mean?
I'm not sure. It could mean that the Romans, who first started building here, were just copying Greek architecture, which they do all the time. Or it could mean that there were Greeks living and worshipping here before the Romans arrived. Which begs the interesting question, who really built this place? And could it be far older than any of us imagine? If only there was a way we could talk to the people who came here before us. The stories they could tell.
Tell me about the city's architecture.
Gladly. Personally, my favorite thing about this place is the aqueducts. Those series of adjoining arches. They're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering with a very practical purpose. They take fresh water coming from outside the city and distribute it all across the chasm. It's funneled below the palace and into a cistern beneath the great temple. Some of it flows down into another cistern beneath the villas, and the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina, where it fills the lake and allows us to fish and farm.
If they bring water into the city, could we use them to escape? If they bring water into the city.
Hey, not so loud. Just talking about that could anger the gods for all we know. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you'd have to find a way inside somehow. Just, please, try to be a bit more discreet about it.
Ooh, figure out how to get into the upper cistern. Tell me about the temple up on the bluff.
You mean the Great Temple? This one's a bit of a mystery. Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, it's clear that whoever built it felt it was the most important temple in the city. Unfortunately, someone else went out of their way to keep its purpose a mystery. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. Usually, that god is obvious. But in this case, it's unknown. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. But it appears some barbarian defaced it. And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that contains the treasury. So we're all left wondering, which god is that temple dedicated to? And Could it be the one responsible for the Golden Rule? Unless somebody figures out a way inside, I suppose we'll never know.
But something else. Do you know a way out
You
of here?
wouldn't believe how often the new ones ask that question. But I'd tell you the same thing I tell everyone else. There are much worse places to live out your days. You might have a few sleepless nights thinking about the Golden Rule, but once you get used to the fear, knowing that a single slip-up could cost you everything, it's not too bad. Nothing new to me, anyway.
What do you mean?
Oh, I just mean I grew up in the Batavi tribe, far to the north in Novio Magus, and learned to expect a bit of hostility. They weren't nearly as tolerant as the Romans.
What do you think about the Golden Rule?
Some people say it's divine, the work of a god, but I'm not so sure. It just seems so flawed to me. Like it's distinctly human. I mean, once you've been here long enough, you'll notice people doing things that just seem so wrong to you. But this so-called god doesn't seem to care, which means one of two things. Either you don't know the difference between right and wrong, or this unknown god doesn't. And I'm pretty sure I know the difference. Do you? Good. Then I hope you'll agree that there are only two ways of dealing with unfair rulers. The first is to leave. The second is to remove the ruler from power. And it seems leaving may not be an option.
How do you remove a god from power?
It's best if I say no more, but I hope you'll give it some thought.
Notice the graffiti. Why does someone think you're a sinner?
Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my preference for male company.
Oh, you like men?
Hey, nothing gets by you, huh? Sorry, that was mean. Yes, I like men. And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Novio Magus, you expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs to yourself. So I hid who I was for, what was it, nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world, with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi. Nice of you to say, but not necessary. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I am. Or at least I thought that was the case. It seems I was wrong.
Do you know who's writing the graffiti?
It's not just graffiti. I have quite a collection of handwritten notes too. The strange thing is, I keep my personal affairs to myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could have done to upset this person. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one of those cultists.
Cultists?
Strange bunch. They insist there's only one god, and that he considers my nature a sin. Can you believe that? If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the Golden Rule.
Let me look into it for you.
Really? I didn't expect that. But thanks. It's always a pleasure to meet someone so selfless. I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by figuring out who the cultists are. Or maybe ask around among the merchants here. Someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen something. But if you find them, please don't
Figure out
hurt
how
or
to stop
humiliate
Virgil's
them.
harassment.
I suspect they're just confused. Come back and let me know what you find. This area is private. Please leave.
Ask the merchants. This area is private, please leave. Hey, I was just talking to you about, you know, helping you. I have to be mean. Virgil, I know who you are and what
I'll
you
ask
want.
again. Please
Turn away
leave.
from this patch before we all suffer for yours. Strange.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land. Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land. Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India, and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me, I must know, from which exotic part of the world do you hail? Is this a riddle, or perhaps you
My
mean to say
nation
you feel
doesn't
like
exist
you are
yet.
ahead of your time? I feel the same way. Another reason for us to stick together. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you require assistance? I know you do not require clothing, so information perhaps?
What's your story?
My story? How kind of you to ask. I am a tailor and I run the humble shop in the forum.
Why set up a tailor shop here?
You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule, and so few customers, why bother setting shop at all?
Doesn't seem kind of unnecessary. Yes, more or
I
less.
tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish to remind my friends of the importance of looking one's best. I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here, the more we can preserve a semblance of normality, the better our chances of keeping our health. Don't you agree?
Fair enough. How did you end up
A
here?
good question. A very good question indeed. And I would be happy to tell you if only I could remember it clearly myself.
Why don't you tell me what you remember?
I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares, and drowning in coin, I decided to celebrate my success. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited over a few select friends, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine money could buy. Quite a lot of it, in fact. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in the desert sands more than once, but none of that compares to this. This time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as empty as time before creation, gasping for air, and then nothing. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the banks of the Tiber, gods know how many miles from my villa.
So you floated down the Tiber?
Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying a little extra weight. I
So
believe it
everybody
kept me
like
afloat.
drowned or
In any
something?
case, it
Then
seems
was
I've
sent
been
to this
rescued and
place.
resuscitated
Paul
by a
is
benevolent
here!
friend.
Hello, Paul!
I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave, and discovered that trapdoor temple. And here I am.
How are you doing, Paul? Let's talk. Tell Aqueducts. Some people mentioned a stranger. About something else.
Anything you like.
Do you know a way out of here?
Not so loud. What are you playing at?
Sorry, did I say the wrong thing?
Have you not been told about the last attempt?
Last attempt?
Then I suppose this duty falls to me. Ah, it is a long story.
Why don't you tell me?
The first question any of us asks when we first arrive is, how do I escape? It is only natural after all. And scaling the chasm wall is out of the question, for it is simply too steep and too far. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave the way we came in, through the shaft above the bathhouse. See, the shaft is quite high, but if one gathered up enough wood, one could make a series of ladders and climb one's way out.
Why hasn't anyone done that
They
yet?
have. I am getting to that. There was an attempt made by resourceful fellows who lived here some years ago. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately, as soon as they began to carry the first ladder down the hallway, they heard a godlike voice shake the entire city, and that, tragically, is where their tale ends. So it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god oversees this place, and so I say it is best to not even discuss it aloud.
Got it, thanks. What do you think about the golden rule?
Yes. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. As a Greek, this is nothing new to me. It is how our gods operate.
I'm okay, but sleep is difficult tonight. Is it just tonight, or have you had, like, more problems sleeping? Sleep is also difficult for me when gaming. No, I mostly sleep during days now. Night shifts and such. Why do you say that?
Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first to learn this dreadful lesson when he abducted Persephone.
But this game is pretty fun, so this I will play a bit more.
Persephone learned of this. She did not punish Hades, the guilty one. Instead, she changed the climate of Earth so that it became hot and dry. Nothing grew. The grain turned to empty husks, and the rivers dried up. Innocent people died by the tens of thousands, until at last the other gods were forced to act, lest they have no worshippers left. So yes, we know this rule. This has always been the case. The Golden Rule has merely brought it into focus.
What can we do about it?
If we are to survive, I say we must each heed the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus, first of the 7 sages of Greece, who said, "Avoid doing what you would blame others for doing."
Easier said than done.
Regrettably, I think you are correct, my friend. For even if 99% of us adopt this principle, that will never be enough. Sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the life's work of many good people can be undone in the blink of an eye by a single selfish act.
I know, I've seen it happen.
The voice of experience. I am sorry for your loss, my friend. But on a lighter note, I will say one thing for the Golden Rule. For all their grim and haunting poses, these golden statues do make magnificent models for my clothing, do they not?
It happens quite often. I need to have an emptier mind to sleep. Some nights it is so full. Yeah. I think that's mostly the problem of people not being able to sleep. They think too much. But how do you stop your mind, right? It's like impossible. Who are you going to vote
That,
for?
my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection, I'm leaning toward voting for Malleolus. I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the wrong way.
Let's see what I can do to change
Nothing
that.
comes to my mind, my friend.
The idea was threatening
This
Virgil.
is troubling, is it not? I'm afraid I have no idea. It is ridiculous, though. Virgil is a fine man. But my young friend Fabia confided in me that she saw someone leaving graffiti on his shop front last night. Perhaps you should ask her about it.
Fabia. Who was Fabia again? Young friend Fabia.
I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
Well, he can vote, so definitely need his vote. The priestess.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it. Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Dacius. I don't, I'm afraid, but I did overhear Fabia telling Georgius she saw something. She was headed to the baths not long ago. Very well, another time.
Help! You have to do something.
Yeah, I have to save
a man
her.
arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's going to break the golden rule. Are you serious? This is an emergency. Are you going to help or not?
Oh yeah, I will.
Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide.
No,
Find
don't
his
get to
empty
the
when
shrine.
It's over. What? Why? All right, fine. Come and find me in my bakery instead. Please be careful.
Maybe I can get that. Maybe I can get that guy into. Maybe I can get that guy into that shrine. I can tell him that he's in the shrine. That guy is searching for. Right? And he will go there, it will fall down on him. But it will not be a murder. Ah, this could work. This could work! I have a good feeling about this.
Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is?
Yes, I saw him worshipping in a small round shrine just inside the city second building on the left.
Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
Oh, he's going to get killed! Haha! Look at that.
filthy, lying degenerate.
Ooh, I got a wooden bow. Bounty notice. By order of Emperor Nero, all loyal sons of Rome are ordered to hunt and execute the arsonist and murderer, Tiberius Quintus Crippus, a citizen from the Aventine district of Rome. He's about 40 to 50 years old. He's average height, average build, has dark hair, and has one green eye and one blue eye. I definitely haven't seen him. He's typically clean-shaven. He is a known associate of cultists and suffers from delusions of grandeur. Emperor Nero had ordered the execution of eyes. And arrows. Nice. Woohoo! Okay. Hello, Persian. Welcome. How are you doing? Doing fine? Oh, that's good to hear. Going to check the bath here. It's 7:45 here and I just woke up a lovely spring weather. Oh, that's really nice to hear. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty well. I'm enjoying this game. Everyone thinks I'm crazy, but I swear they move when you turn your back. Tattoos? I'm doing pretty well. I'm playing this Forgotten City game, and it's pretty interesting so far. It's like basically like a walking simulator where you are solving a mystery with like a time loop and such. And it's really, really fun. Oh, I bet you have a really nice weather over in Portugal, like Foams? Or I sometimes forget. Oh, Iran. Bathhouse. Wait. This is where it all started. This is where I fell, isn't it? On the bottom. So how is the weather over there right now? Do you have like really hot weather or... Okay. It varies. Spring one day is 40 degrees, the other day is 16 with rain. I think that my preferable is like 20 to 24. Yeah, the bathhouse is that's where I came from at the start. 2020 is nice, I think. I have the bow.
Ave.
Safe.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
Do you know a way out of here? What do you think about the Golden Rule? What's the status of the election?
It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the challenger. Why do you ask?
I nominate another candidate.
Assuming they're eligible and willing to accept the nomination.
What's your role in the election?
I'm responsible for announcing it and making sure the procedures are followed.
Who are allowed to
All of
vote?
the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless they're running, of course.
The women can't vote.
That's just the way it's always been, I'm afraid. It never sat right with me, either. There are some women who can vote, Vestal priestesses like myself, but in this case, given my role overseeing the election, I've decided to abstain. I can't allow the perception that I'm being anything but fair and independent, but if it's any consolation, there are other ways to influence the outcome of an election.
Is it Rome? Yes. I basically traveled in time 2000 years back into Rome. And I'm stuck in a time loop trying to like solve it, so because there's like this golden rule, and that means like if someone gets murdered, raped, or something gets stolen, we will all die. So that's like not one person is punished, but everyone will be punished. So basically the golden statues around will come to life, and they will shoot us and kill us all. So I'm trying to prevent that. So I have to stop everybody from doing something criminal.
By using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course. Certainly.
I've been asking people about how they wound up here, trying to find a pattern.
Interesting. I'm not sure why you're telling me, but you've come to the right person. Did you find a pattern then? What have you noticed?
Yeah, some people mention an encounter with a stranger on the riverbank.
Yes, I also had such an encounter. What else? Yes, I suppose that could be something.
So what have you been
Most of
playing
us do
lately,
tend to
Passion?
carry coins on our person, don't we? What else? Yes, I understand. It's as I... Let me...
You happen to encounter a stranger in the forest before you arrived here, a woman.
Did you happen to catch her name?
Yes, she was called Karen.
I see. And...
Yeah,
why?
she was.
Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think
Fortnite for the most. I grinded all the skins I cared about and bought a shit ton more. Okay. Oh, I heard that they removed the building from it.
But don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
We will meet in the bath.
Hello? Hello?
Sorry, I had to restart voice meter banana, it was misbehaving. Yeah, I think I didn't really like Battle Royale games much. Or like I didn't play them at all. But then I started playing Apex Legends and I get completely addicted. I really like Apex Legends. What's your story?
My name's Dooley.
Dooley?
I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up.
What did you do?
I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was looking for treasure.
You look so sad. Did somebody think you were going to steal?
Yes. But I wasn't. I was just looking.
The door?
They said I did it. More than once. But I can't remember things so good. Then they called me mean names. They called me a liar, Billy.
A liability?
Yes. They said I have to live here now.
Salve.
And gave me this letter. But I'm not good with words. Do you think you could read it for me?
So sad. Oh. Magistrate Sentius explains Dooley was locked up to prevent him from trespassing. Magistrate Sentius to Dullius, I'm writing to you in relation to your incorrigible antisocial behavior arising from your obsession with an alleged lost treasure. While I am sympathetic to your plight and passing of your guardian Hannibal some weeks ago, I wish to impress upon you an important message. The treasure you seek does not exist. Given your memory limitations, it seems likely you simply misremembered. More importantly, since you have on several occasions been caught trespassing, including around the cistern, which are strictly off limits to all citizens, I have reluctantly come to the conclusion that you are a liability to this community and must have your freedom limited, lest you break the golden rule. It is my hope that this letter will assist you to remember why you are incarcerated. Should you experience further lapses in memory. Bye.
What does it say?
It says they caught you trespassing several times and they locked you up to stop you breaking the golden rule.
My treasure! My
Treasure.
friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then, he died.
I have to help
It was
this
very
guy.
sad.
This is
He
heartbreaking.
said, if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns. But when I went up to the high one, they put me in here. Now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galerius. And the priestess lady. She's a nice lady.
You give me the key, I can try to find out what it unlocks.
Hannibal said I shouldn't give it to anyone I didn't trust. But maybe you could help me get out of here. Then I would trust you a lot.
Let me talk to the magistrate about getting you out of here.
Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen, no matter what.
Hannibal is in the Hannibal? I don't think so. Then maybe it's time we had a new magistrate. Maybe I will just break you up.
Like Galerius? He's nice. I like
Oh,
Galerius.
Galerius.
He made me a doll and everything. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of here, and I can give you the key to my treasure. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up high and very precious. You're going to let me out of here?
It would be interesting. I mean, the Hannibal here is dead anyway, so I don't think that I will meet him.
Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate. Like, if you help, Hannibal said it was. Bye-bye. Hello. Gold? You did. Bye-bye.
I think that this guy is very confused. No, Dooley's note. I did not do it. Dooley. Guy. Feel so sorry for him. Let's meet her in the bath. Is she? Here she is.
All right, you're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A-R-O-N, as in Charon, the ferryman of the dead.
Oh,
Charon, who in
so
exchange
we are
for the
dead.
coin helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
There are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means.
This place is the underworld?
I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can.
So we are dead.
That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know.
What can you tell me about Charon?
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks.
Why didn't you all recognize Charon immediately?
To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described.
Was a woman for me.
She, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again.
Why are there so few people in the underworld?
Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river. But that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not.
Are you trying to keep this from me?
No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help, I promise you.
So questions I had.
Now where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it, if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter, Orpheus, a Thracian poet, Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra, and Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have 2 options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide.
Confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina. We just escaped the way we came in.
It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to climb up the shaft. And even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by those who've tried.
I've noticed you seem uncomfortable calling the god of the underworld by his name, Bystad.
All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril.
Tell me more about confronting Pluto head-on.
Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules.
Aqueducts couldn't manipulate
Are you telling
time.
me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you stand a chance. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience again.
Can you tell me about the obelisk?
It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great temple, a dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is a mystery. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque.
Where would I find a Roman?
Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask who would have defaced the obelisk in the first place. It would have had the god's name engraved into it, so it may be that whoever desecrated it wanted that name to be forgotten. And there's only one group of people I know of who might want to do that. There's a cult in Rome that often argued there is only one true god. Theirs, of course. They've been known to start fires, as well as deface religious monuments whose existence challenged their beliefs. If I were you, I'd go looking for them. Of course, they've all been in hiding since the fire last year, so finding them won't be easy. But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps, if you could find that, you might be able to recover the Roman plaque.
Where would I find the Greek one?
No. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. His store is in the forum.
Where would I find the Egyptian
Perhaps
one?
our Egyptian resident will be able to tell us. Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room.
Where would I find the mystery
I'm
plaque?
afraid you're on your own with that one, but perhaps finding the other 3 will illuminate the way.
Tell me about escaping without the help of Proserpina or
As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage.
She might be willing to work against him to help us.
If the stories are true, then I suppose so. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels?
I hear the female statues whispering to me every now and then.
Really? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say?
It's always the same voice and she's helpful if a little cryptic.
Fascinating. Perhaps she is a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out?
Not yet.
Oh, I see. Well, let me know if you hear anything that might be a thread through this labyrinth. All right. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them is to let them remain oblivious for as long as possible. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone.
I will have chat with Livia first. I will start looking for the Roman plague first. Okay, I will have a chat with Livia first.
Time is of the essence, so you'd best begin. May Fortuna guide you, although you may not need her with Proserpina on your side. Ave.
Ways through. Cover the underwear icons, Santos. Cover some symbol. Carving. It's a symbol of a fish carved into it. It looks like it might be a fish. Bottle of wine, possibly the last bottle of wine in the city. I took it. This might be a climbable if only could support my weight. I think I can't. I'll need some kind of ability, something. Be able to climb things. I don't have that yet. That I found some. The bloodless shadow wandered without flesh or bone. From Libya, some are cryptical, trembling from Libya. Place is so called accursed. Here Titus offers up in our horns stretch out over 9 fields. You Cantaus cannot catch the drops of water, and tree you grasp at eludes you. You Sisyphus attack or pursue the stone that always returns. Sion turns on follows after himself and flees, and the 49 Belites who dared to plot the destruction of their cousins, their husbands, touch again with another bottle of wine. Wait a second.
Galerius?
Horatius? Looking a bit troubled there.
Still no sign of
I'm guessing that Promethean fire's not for sale.
49 melodies, just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world. So this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come.
I figured it out. I know where we are.
Say it. Speak its name.
The underworld.
Then it is true. I was right.
You were.
I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it?
Sure.
I will do my best to remember the relevant verse. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, and still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest.
Available being in the underworld. A Pandora's box. The resort. Type of a zip line.
Horatius?
Horatius?
Citizen.
Looking a bit
I
troubled there.
love your clothes.
Still no sign of
So
Scintilla. I haven't
exotic.
slept right in 3 weeks.
Don't be too hard on yourself. From what I hear, nobody saw it coming. Anyway, I thought you Stoics weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
Citizen.
Yeah, but I keep thinking.
You again.
What if there is something I can do?
I love your clothes.
What if she's
The idea
out
how
there
would I
somewhere
find a
suffering,
Roman plague?
waiting
No
to be
idea
found?
what you're talking about.
Sounds like you're torturing yourself. Leave that for the gods.
I help to read your
Relax.
romantism.
Get some rest.
I suppose you're
Tomorrow's
right.
a new day.
I think I have seen that plaque.
I suppose
Sorry
you're
I
right.
lied. Can't be too careful these days. Head into the caves behind the theater. Turn right, then right again. Oh, and here. You'll need this key. You didn't get that from me. See you around.
Thank you. Can I actually mark it? The Roman plague. For incendies, I will be flying back to my own time if I can create a paradox. No, this is find the Roman plague. Well, where is the theater? Oh, I think that I see. Like it's somewhere there. If it flies around, it usually means I will be able to climb later. Yeah, I got the key. Like bearing a Latinist, both a father of riches. Matthias said I might be able to confront and overpower the god of the underworld, but first I will need to restore all 4 missing plagues for this obelisk in front of the great temple. Or I can escape. But I think that it's better to get rid of the golden rule and make people live here in peace, right? Or whispers clues about how to escape. Because like, where am I escaping if I'm dead like the others? Ask Fabia, who is threatening. help him.
Oh, it's so pretty.
Hey, Fabia.
You took care of him?
He had a tragic accident in the shrine.
Accident? So, it's over? Oh God, it's such a relief. I really thought we were all going to die. I do have a question though. That shrine, the one I was going to hide in, did you know it was going to collapse?
If I said yes, I would be admitted to murder.
I don't understand. Oh, I see. I should probably keep my big mouth shut then. Sorry. I promise, nobody else will ever know what you did. But I know. That was really clever. Thank you. I'm glad you're here. Oh, speaking of which, welcome. I'm Fabia. Sorry I was a bit frantic before. Need anything?
What's your story?
There's not much to tell. I mostly just bake bread and try to help out where I can.
How did you end up here?
I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got sick. Terrible timing. My pa had just arranged a husband for me. A fisherman's son. I was about to meet him for the first time when I came down with an awful fever. I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white rooster, then a goat. But nothing worked. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside the city. Clean air in the countryside would do me good, they said. But after about a day in a carriage on the Appian Way, I was getting worse, not better. I remember closing my eyes for a bit, and I guess I must have fell asleep, because when I opened them again, I was in a forest by a river. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't say I blame him. I wouldn't have wanted to catch what I had either. Anyway, I went searching for help, stumbled across the trapdoor temple, and here I am.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's nice of you to say, but you should save your sympathy. Lots of people here need it more than I do.
Do you know a way out of here?
What? You've been here a few moments and you're desperate to get out already? Why not give the place a chance before you try to leave? Good people here. Galerius works hard on the farm so I can put food on our tables, and Lucretia tries to keep us healthy. My friend Georgius is always mending our clothes, and Virgil makes sure these old walls don't fall down around us. Well, he does his best. I'm just saying, there are worse places you could live out your days.
Fair enough. What do you think about the golden rule?
Oh, I try not to worry about it. I mean, if people are nice to each other, we won't have anything to worry about, will we?
I like your optimism.
Thanks. And I like your teeth. They're so white. And your clothes. Oh, I bet my friend Georgius would like to get a look at you. And I'm sure he'd love to chatter about the golden rule with you too. He'll be just across the forum in his shop.
The idea was threatening Virgil.
Terrible shame, that is. Maybe this'll help. Late last night, I was cleaning my oven when I heard some noises outside. The forum's usually dead quiet at that hour, so I came out to see what was going on. To be honest, I thought maybe poor old Dooley had got out of his cell and was snooping around again. So I put my head out and saw someone in front of Virgil's shop. I couldn't tell who. It was too dark. I called out to them, but they just turned and ran off without a word. All I remember is they ran past a lit torch, and the light glinted off something metallic. Armour, I think. So I suppose it could only be one of 3 people. Horatius, Domitius, or Rufius. I hope that helps.
Thanks, that does help.
All right. Thanks again for taking care of our problem. I won't forget it.
Thank you too, Fabia. Before making bread.
Salve.
Okay, I think that I will leave it for next time. So, because I mean it's already 6 AM and I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. And the game is not that long, I mean maybe just like 10 hours or something, so... Maybe one more stream, probably on Monday. Tomorrow we have Vermintide too. So I think I will probably finish it on Monday.